Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Dawn broke over Green Haven like liquid gold spilling across a patchwork of gardens and hobbit holes. The morning mist clung to the rolling hills, where roses bloomed in impossible colors and vegetables grew to sizes that would make any hobbit proud. Among these carefully tended gardens worked Rose Greenflower, her small hands deep in the rich earth, unaware that this ordinary morning would shatter her peaceful world forever. The first sign that something was amiss came when the birds fell silent. The usual morning chorus of thrushes and meadowlarks ceased, as if a great hand had swept across the land. Rose looked up from her prized tomatoes to see dark clouds gathering unnaturally fast over the western hills. But these were no natural storm clouds. They writhed and twisted like living smoke, and within their depths, she could have sworn she saw faces. Before anyone could raise an alarm, they came. Goblins poured over the hills like a tide of darkness, their armor clattering and their yellow eyes gleaming with malice. Leading them was a figure that seemed to drink in the very light around it, the spectral knight, mounted on a steed made of shadow and frost. As chaos erupted in Green Haven, Rose found herself running not away from the danger, but toward her grandmother's hobbit hole. Grandmother Primrose had always been different from the other hobbits, more serious, more watchful. Now Rose understood why. Bursting through the round door, she found her grandmother not cowering in fear, but standing before an ancient trunk, her face set with grim determination. "The time has come sooner than I'd hoped," Grandmother Primrose said, pulling from the trunk a sword that seemed too large for any hobbit to wield, yet somehow felt perfect in Rose's hands. "You come from a line of guardians, my dear. We've protected the gateway of souls for generations, keeping the balance between the world of the living and the dead." The sword hummed with ancient magic, its blade etched with runes that began to glow with a soft green light. Through the window came the sounds of battle and chaos, but also something else, a deep rumbling from beneath the earth, as if the very foundations of the world were shifting. Into this chaos stepped Grey Whisper, a wizard who had long been thought mad by the villagers as he wandered the outskirts of Green Haven, muttering about ancient prophecies. Now his eyes blazed with purpose as he burst through the door. The gateway weakens. The spectral knight seeks to tear down the veil between worlds. The truth of Rose's heritage unfurled like a tapestry of destiny. The peaceful gardens of Green Haven had been built upon ancient foundations, a temple complex that housed one of the great gateways between the realm of the living and the dead. For centuries, her family had served as its secret guardians, their connection to the earth itself, helping to maintain the seals that kept the world separate. As Rose gripped the ancestral sword, memories that were not her own flooded her consciousness. Generations of guardians, their battles, their sacrifices, their unwavering devotion to maintaining the balance between worlds. The sword was called Soulkeeper, and it was more than just a weapon. It was a key, a focus for the power that ran through her bloodline. But she was unprepared, untrained. How could she possibly stand against the spectral knight and his goblin army? The answer came in whispers that seemed to rise from the earth itself. The spirits of past guardians, her ancestors, began to materialize around her, translucent figures glowing with soft light, their faces bearing the same determined expression she now wore. "You're not alone, young guardian," spoke a particularly bright spirit, who Rose somehow knew was her great-great-grandmother. "We stand with you, as we always have." Grey Whisper raised his gnarled staff, its crystal tip blazing with power. "The old magics still run deep in this land. Call to them, Rose Greenflower. Let them remind you who you are." Standing in her grandmother's garden, Rose closed her eyes and did something that felt as natural as breathing. She reached out with her heart to the land itself. The earth responded. Plants began to grow at impossible speeds, vines snaking up from the ground to entangle goblin feet, flowers releasing clouds of sleep-inducing pollen, trees groaning as their branches reached down to sweep away the invaders. The spectral knight's hollow laugh echoed across the battlefield as he rode toward her, his sword trailing shadows like smoke. A gardener playing at being a warrior, the gateway will fall, and my masters will walk in the realm of the living once more. But Rose was more than just a gardener now. Surrounded by the spirits of her ancestors, empowered by the earth's own magic, she raised Soulkeeper to meet the spectral knight's charge. The clash of their blades sent sparks of green and shadow dancing across the battlefield. The battle raged as reality itself seemed to thin. The gateway, hidden beneath the heart of Green Haven, began to pulse with dark energy. Tears appeared in the air, through which glimpses of a gray, lifeless realm could be seen. The spectral knight's true plan became clear, not just to open the gateway, but to shatter it completely, allowing the realm of the dead to spill into the world of the living. Rose fought with a strength she never knew she possessed, each swing of Soulkeeper guided by generations of guardian knowledge. The spirits of her ancestors danced around her, deflecting blows and confounding the enemy. Grey Whisper's magic kept the goblin army at bay while she focused on their leader. In the end, it came down to a single moment. The spectral knight's power had been drawn from the corruption of the gateway itself. Rose, drawing upon her connection to the living earth and the wisdom of her ancestors, plunged Soulkeeper into the ground at the very center of Green Haven. The blade's magic, amplified by the power of life itself, sent a pulse of pure energy through the earth. The gateway stabilized, its ancient seals reinforced by this new infusion of power. The spectral knight screamed as his form began to dissolve, pulled back into the realm of the dead along with his army. The tears in reality sealed themselves, leaving behind only the sweet scent of roses and the sound of birdsong slowly returning to Green Haven. In the years that followed, Rose Greenflower continued to tend her garden, but now she did so with the knowledge of her true purpose. The roses she grew helped maintain the gateway's seals, their roots drawing power from the earth to keep the balance between worlds. The spirits of her ancestors remained close, teaching her the old ways, preparing her for the day when the gateway would need its guardian once more. And if visitors to Green Haven sometimes noticed that the flowers in Rose's garden glowed softly in the twilight, or that she could occasionally be seen speaking to empty air, well, that was just the way of things in a place where the veil between worlds was thin, and where even the smallest of gardeners could be the greatest of heroes. Story 2. Deep within the ancient halls of Fangorn Forest, where shadows danced beneath centuries-old trees, and the very air hummed with forgotten magic, young Eldred Proudfoot found himself far from the comfortable burrows of the Shire. The hobbit's footsteps, usually silent as all his kinds were, seemed to echo unnaturally against the gnarled roots and moss-covered stones. The forest was different today, more alive, more watching. It began when the morning mist parted to reveal a glimmer unlike any he had seen before. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak, lay a ring of silver and starlight. Eldred's fingers trembled as he lifted it, feeling its unexpected warmth. Intricate elvish script adorned its surface, glowing with a faint blue light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As soon as the ring touched his palm, whispers filled his mind urgent, ancient voices speaking of darkness stirring in Rivendell, the last homely house east of the sea. The whispers spoke of shadows that shouldn't exist, of elves vanishing without trace from their ancient halls, and of a growing darkness threatened to consume the very heart of elvish wisdom. But most troubling of all was the vision that accompanied these whispers, a figure in white, corrupted by power, standing before a chasm of flame and shadow. Eldred's peaceful life as a mapper of the old forest's boundaries shattered that morning. The ring would not leave his finger, and the whispers would not leave his mind. He knew he had to journey to Rivendell, though every sensible bone in his hobbit body urged him to return home to his comfortable smile and forget about the strange ring. As he traveled east, the forests grew darker, and the whispers more urgent. On the third night, while camping beneath a weathered stone arch, Eldred encountered Morthel. The ORC emerged from the shadows, not with the usual brutish aggression of his kind, but with a quiet gravity that gave the hobbit pause. His green skin was marked with ancient runes, and his eyes held a wisdom that belied his fearsome appearance. "The ring has chosen you," halfling Morthel spoke, his voice surprisingly soft. "I have waited many moons for its bearer to appear." The ORC revealed himself as a keeper of ancient lore, cast out by his own people for refusing to follow the dark path. He spoke of a prophecy, written in the early days of the Third Age, telling of a small one who would carry starlight in the hour of twilight's need. Together, this unlikely pair, a hobbit barely 3 feet tall and an ORC scholar who quoted elvish poetry, made their way toward Rivendell. Along the way, they discovered more disappearances. Rangers gone missing from their posts, entire settlements abandoned overnight, and always the same residual trace of dark magic. Their journey revealed a terrible truth. Arindel, once a member of the White Council, had fallen to darkness. In his quest to prevent the fading of elvish power from Middle-earth, he had discovered ancient spells in forgotten tombs. The disappeared elves were not dead but trapped, their immortal essence being slowly drained to fuel a ritual that would awaken something far worse than any darkness they had faced before. Deep in the misty mountains lay a sleeping terror, a Balrog of Morgoth, one of the few to survive the War of Wrath. Arindel believed he could control the ancient demon, using its power to prevent the elves' departure to the Undying Lands. But his madness would only bring destruction. As Eldred and Morthel approached Rivendell, they found the last homely house changed. Where warmth and light once filled the air, now heavy silence hung like a shroud. The fountains still flowed, but their music had turned mournful. In the Hall of Fire, where songs once rang out, they found Arindel preparing his final ritual. The ring on Eldred's finger burned bright, revealing its true purpose. It was Narya, the Ring of Fire, thought lost after Gandalf's departure, one of the 3 elven rings of power. Its presence caused Arindel to hesitate, breaking his concentration long enough for Morthel to disrupt the ritual circle with ancient counterspells learned in his years of exile. The battle that followed would be sung of in Hobbit tales for generations to come, though few would believe it true. A hobbit wielding an elven ring of power, an ORC chanting spells of light, and a fallen wizard commanding shadows, all beneath the carved arches of Rivendell, as the fate of countless trapped souls hung in the balance. In the end, it was not power that won the day, but compassion. When Arindel summoned the darkness to strike down Morthel, Eldred threw himself before his friend. The pure, selfless love of the hobbit, amplified by Narya's power, created a light that broke through Arindel's corrupted defenses. In that moment of clarity, the fallen wizard saw what he had become, and in his last act of free will, used his own power to seal the Balrog's chamber forever, though the effort claimed his life. The trapped elves were freed, though many would bear the scars of their imprisonment for years to come. Rivendell's lights burned bright once more, and songs again filled the Hall of Fire. Morthel, to his own surprise, was welcomed by the elves as a hero, his knowledge of ancient lore proving invaluable in healing those who had been trapped. As for Eldred, he found that Narya would now leave his finger, its purpose fulfilled. The ring was entrusted to the keeping of Rivendell's libraries, though some say it would appear again in times of great need, seeking another small bearer with a great heart. Eldred returned to the Shire, changed but content. He maintained his friendship with Morthel, who would sometimes visit in secret, bringing ancient tales and maps that delighted the young hobbits. And if the residents of Hobbiton noticed that the flowers bloomed more vibrantly around Eldred's smile, or that his garden never suffered from frost, they simply attributed it to good hobbit gardening sense. Yet on quiet nights, when the moon was full and the stars bright, Eldred would sometimes stand at his round door and look east, remembering the whispers of Fangorn and the truth he had learned, that the greatest magic lies not in rings or spells, but in the courage to reach across the boundaries of prejudice and fear to forge bonds of friendship in the darkest of time. And so his tale became part of the great tapestry of Middle-earth stories, whispered around fires and passed down through generations, a reminder that even the smallest persons can cast the largest shadows when standing in the light of friendship and truth. Story 3, the morning mist curled around the ancient hedgerows of the Shire, like ghostly fingers as Peregrine TK4 Pip to his friends discovered something extraordinary in his great-grandfather's study. Hidden between the pages of a weather-worn book was a map unlike any other, its lines woven with threads of pure mithril that seemed to catch starlight, even in the dim morning sun. The map's surface shifted and changed as he held it, revealing paths that hadn't existed moments before, all leading to a single point, in the lone lands, a city marked with symbols he'd never seen before. The writings along the margins were in an ancient form of Elvish, but among them, one word stood out clearly, Enmenor. As Pip studied the map in wonder, a shadow fell across his desk. Standing in the doorway was a tall figure wrapped in a weather-stained cloak, his face hidden beneath a deep hood. The stranger introduced himself simply as Strider, though something in the way he carried himself suggested this was not his true name. His eyes, when they caught the light, held the weight of centuries. That map was not meant to be found by accident, young hobbit, the ranger said softly, his voice carrying echoes of ancient nobility. It has chosen you, as it chose others before. The ranger revealed that he had been watching the Took family for months, waiting for the map to surface. It was no ordinary chart, but a key to finding the last hidden city of the Dí Nidain, where a secret had been kept since the drowning of Enmenor itself. Against all Hobbit sensibilities warning him to stay home, Pip found himself drawn into an adventure that would take him far from the comfortable borders of the Shire. Together with Strider, he set out across the lone lands, where ancient ruins stood like bones of forgotten kingdoms beneath storm-laden skies. Their journey was perilous. The map led them through the Weather Hills, where stone giants slumbered beneath centuries of moss, and across the Midgewater marshes, where lights danced in the mist to lead travelers astray. At night, Strider would teach Pip the old songs of Enmenor, his voice carrying a strange longing when he spoke of the star-shaped island that had sunk beneath the waves. As they traveled, Pip noticed that Strider seemed to age backwards, the weathered lines in his face softening, his bearing becoming more regal with each passing day. The ranger's knowledge of ancient lore and facility with healing herbs spoke of an education far beyond that of a simple wanderer. Their path led them to a hidden valley where ancient stones stood in concentric circles, each carved with runes that glowed faintly in the darkness. Here, they encountered the first signs that they were not alone in their quest. Dark figures, cloaked in shadow, had left traces of their passage-black candles, strange symbols, and the lingering scent of corrupt magic. Strider's urgency grew as he explained the truth. The cloaked figures were followers of Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, who had survived through the ages in secret societies. They sought the hidden city, not for its connection to Enmenor, but for what lay within a portal, the last of its kind, that could theoretically bridge the gap between Middle-earth and the Drowned Kingdom. As they neared their destination, Strider finally revealed his true identity. He was Elendil, named after the great king of old, a direct descendant of the Enmenrine royal line, sworn to protect the secrets of his ancestors. His family had guided the map through the ages, waiting for the time when it would be needed most. The hidden city revealed itself at moonrise on the 7th day of their journey, a sprawling complex of white stone and silver towers, perfectly preserved within a valley that seemed to exist outside of time itself. But they were not the first to arrive. The followers of Morgoth had already breached the outer defenses. Within the city's heart, they found a chamber that defied description. Its walls seemed to be made of liquid starlight, and at its center stood an arch of pure energy that shimmered with images of a great island city. The cultists were attempting to force the portal open, their dark magics threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. The ensuing battle was one of wits as much as strength. While Elendil engaged the cultists with ancient Enmenrine swordplay, Pip used his hobbit stealth to reach the portal's control mechanism, a series of crystals that responded to the mithril threads in the map. The map itself was the key, designed to ensure that only one with pure intentions could operate the portal. In the final moment, as the cultist magics reached their peak, Pip had to make an impossible choice. The portal could be opened to Enmenor as it was in its glory, potentially saving thousands who had been lost to the waves, but doing so would destroy the barriers between past and present, unraveling the very history of Middle-earth. With tears in his eyes, Pip made his decision. Using the map, he sealed the portal forever, transforming its energy into a barrier that would protect Middle-earth from such temporal manipulations for all time. The cultists' powers turned against them, and they vanished in a flash of light, their fate unknown. As the dust settled, Elendil placed a hand on Pip's shoulder. "You chose as my ancestors did," he said softly. "They built this portal not to use it, but to ensure that some doors remain closed for the good of all. The hidden city was entrusted to the keeping of the remaining Dínadain, its location removed from all maps save the one Pip carried. Though he returned to the Shire, the mithril map remained with him, its threads now dormant, but still catching occasional glimmers of starlight. On quiet evenings, Pip would sometimes unfold the map and trace its lines, remembering the hidden city and the portal that could have changed history. He wrote the tale in the Red Book, though he left out certain details that weren't meant to be widely known. But he always maintained that the greatest adventures aren't about changing the past, but about protecting the future. And if sometimes on clear nights, the stars above the Shire seemed to shine in patterns that reminded him of the portal's light, well, that was a secret he kept with a knowing smile, along with the knowledge that some of the greatest deeds in history are the ones that ensure certain things remain exactly as they should be. Story 4. Deep within the ancient woods beyond the Shire's eastern borders, where twisted oaks whispered secrets of ages past, Peregrine Pinetook wandered far from the well-worn paths of his ancestors. The morning mist clung to the forest floor like ghostly fingers, and the autumn air carried hints of decay and mystery. Pine, as he was known to his fellow hobbits, had always been different from his kin, more prone to dreaming of adventures than discussing the proper time for afternoon tea. That fateful morning, as he traced the meandering path of an old stream, his keen eyes caught an unusual glimmer beneath a massive oak's gnarled roots. The tree itself seemed to hold centuries of stories in its bark, and as Pine approached, he could have sworn the branches shifted to allow more light to filter through. Kneeling in the damp earth, he began to dig with trembling fingers. What emerged from the soil was no ordinary trinket. The dagger he uncovered bore intricate elvish inscriptions that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light. Its blade, though centuries old, remained sharp enough to split a hair, and its handle was adorned with delicate silver leaves that caught the morning sun. As Pine's fingers closed around the hilt, ancient memories not his own flooded his mind, glimpses of a terrible battle, of fell creatures surging from mountain depths, and of an evil so ancient it had no name in the common tongue. The peace of the Shire began to unravel in the days that followed. First came the disappearances, sheep vanishing from locked pens, leaving only strange tracks in the mud. Then the nightmares began, with hobbit children waking screaming about shadows that moved against the wind. When old Bilbo's prized tomatoes were found crushed and tainted with a black, oily substance, the Thane finally called a meeting at the Green Dragon Inn. Pine sat in the corner, the elvish dagger hidden beneath his cloak, as he listened to the worried voices of his neighbors. He knew somehow that the blade was connected to these events. That night, as he studied the mysterious inscriptions by candlelight, a deep voice spoke from the shadows of his study. "That blade has awakened something that should have remained sleeping." Young hobbit, Pine whirled to find a dwarf standing in his doorway, his beard streaked with silver and his eyes bearing the weight of many winters. He introduced himself as Durin's Bane-bearer, though he told Pine to call him Thorin Stoneheart. "The runes speak of the Battle of Forgotten Tears," the dwarf explained, settling himself by Pine's fire, "when elves and dwarves fought together against a horror from the depths of the Misty Mountain. We thought we had sealed it away forever, but some evils cannot be contained indefinitely." The dwarf's tale painted a grim picture. The dagger Pine had found was one of 3 blades of binding, forged by both elven and dwarven smiths, to seal an ancient evil, a shapeless horror that had crawled up from the depths of the earth during the Second Age. Now, with one blade unearthed, the seals were weakening, and the creature's servants were already beginning to emerge. "We must reach Rivendell," Thorin declared. "Lord Elrond must be warned, and the blade returned to those who can strengthen its bonds. But the path will not be easy. The enemy knows the blade has been found, and so began a journey that would take Pine further from home than any took since his famous ancestor. The unlikely pair set out at dawn, traveling east toward the last homely house. They moved mainly by night, avoiding the main roads where dark shapes had been seen stalking travelers. Their first true test came at the weathered hills, where they encountered a pack of shadow wolves, creatures of darkness with eyes that gleamed like dying stars. The elvish blade in Pine's hand sang with ancient power as they fought their way through, its light keeping the worst of the pack at bay, while Thorin's axe found its mark again and again. As they traveled, Pine discovered that Thorin carried his own burden of guilt. The dwarf had once been part of a group tasked with guarding the secret of the Binding Blade's locations, but internal strife and greed had led to the group's dissolution. Now he sought redemption by ensuring the blade reached safe hands. Their journey took them through the Trollshaws, where ancient stone trolls stood as silent witnesses to their passing. Here, they were joined by a third companion, an elderly woman named Merwin, who revealed herself to be one of the last of the Rangers of the North. Her knowledge of hidden paths and ancient lore proved invaluable as they navigated the increasingly dangerous wilderness. The final leg of their journey became a desperate race. The evil they had awakened sent its most powerful servants after them, wraith-like beings that rode on wings of shadow. In the darkness before dawn, with Rivendell's hidden valley still a day's journey away, they made their final stand at the ruins of an ancient watchtower. As Pine stood with the elvish blade raised high, its light pushing back the darkness, he understood finally why Bilbo had always spoken so fondly of adventures. It wasn't about the danger or the glory, it was about finding courage you never knew you had, and standing alongside friends who would face any darkness with you. The battle that followed would be sung about in the halls of Rivendell for many years to come. How Hobbit, a dwarf, and a ranger held off the servants of ancient evil until the sun rose and Elrond's riders arrived with the dawn. The blade was returned to its rightful guardians, and the seals were strengthened once more. When Pine finally returned to the Shire months later, he was changed, but not in the way his neighbors feared. He carried with him not just stories of his adventures, but a deeper appreciation for the peace of his homeland and the hidden strength that lived in the hearts of all free peoples. On quiet evenings, he could often be found in the Green Dragon, sharing tales with young hobbits about the world beyond the Shire's borders. And if sometimes his stories caused them to dream of adventures of their own, well, that was purely coincidental. After all, as he would say with a knowing smile, you never know when the world might need a hobbit's courage again. Each year thereafter, on the anniversary of finding the blade, Pine would receive a visitor, sometimes a dwarf with a silver-streaked beard, sometimes a weathered ranger with knowing eyes. They would share a quiet pipe by his garden, watching the sunset and speaking of the continuing peace they had helped preserve. And in those moments, Pine knew that while not all who wander are lost, sometimes it takes a journey far from home to find exactly where you belong. Story 5. Deep in the whispering forest, where ancient trees swayed to melodies only they could hear, young Thorin Littlefoot knelt beside a twisted oak, whose roots formed intricate patterns in the mossy earth. His small hobbit hands brushed away centuries of soil, revealing a glimmer of silver that would change not only his life, but the fate of all realms. The ring seemed simple at first, a band of elvish silver with delicate inscriptions that shifted like moonlight on water. But as Thorin slipped it onto his finger, the forest around him transformed. The whispers of the trees became clear voices, speaking of ancient secrets and terrible warnings. Among their urgent murmurs, one name echoed repeatedly, Mithrax, the last guardian. The ring's true nature revealed itself through dreams that visited Thorin each night. Visions of a massive dragon slumbering beneath the misty mountains, its scales gleaming like burnished copper, its breath warming the very heart of the world. Mithrax wasn't just sleeping, it was maintaining an ancient barrier, its dreams holding back forces that would make even the darkest of nightmares seem gentle. But darkness was stirring. From the depths of the Shadow Mountains came creatures born of ancient evil wraiths that drained the color from flowers as they passed, spider-like beings that wove webs of pure darkness, and things that moved just at the edge of vision, their forms too terrible for mortal minds to comprehend. The ring, Thorin learned, was one of the keys of awakening, forged by the combined magic of elves and dragons in an age-long past. With it, he could wake Mithrax from its eternal slumber But as the old stories went, wake a sleeping dragon, and you wake all the fires of the world. Elder Bramblewise, the oldest hobbit in the Shire, recognized the ring's markings. There's a reason the dragon sleeps, the elder warned, his ancient eyes reflecting forgotten fears. Its dreams are chains that bind older and darker things. Wake it, and you may save us from the shadow, only to doom us to fire. As the shadow creatures drew closer to Hobbit lands, Thorin sought counsel in unlikely places. He ventured to the crystal caves where the last elf seer, Lady Starweaver, dwelt in self-imposed exile. Her eyes, filled with starlight, widened at the sight of the ring. "The choice you face," she said, her voice like wind through crystal, "is not between good and evil, but between different forms of destruction. The shadow creatures seek to unmake the world, while Vermithrax's awakening could burn it clean and start anew. Sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in choosing how the world will end." The shadow creatures advanced, their darkness consuming village after village. Those touched by their power didn't die, they became something worse. Empty shells that walked and talked, but had lost all that made them who they were. The sight of hollow-eyed children, still going through the motions of play haunted Thorin's dreams. Standing on the slopes of the misty mountains, watching the wave of darkness approach, Thorin felt the weight of worlds on his shoulders. The ring pulsed with ancient power, each beat seeming to echo the sleeping dragon's heart far below. Every pulse whispered of power, of cleansing fire, of a chance to burn away the corruption. But at what cost? In his heart, Thorin knew the truth. Both choices led to destruction. Wake Vermithrax and watch the world burn in cleansing fire. Leave the dragon sleeping and watch darkness consume everything, leaving a realm of empty shells in eternal twilight. The decision came not in a moment of grand revelation, but in a quiet dawn as Thorin watched a mother bird feed her chicks in a nest near his window. Life, he realized, would find a way to continue, to adapt, to survive, but only if given the chance. Thorin chose to wake the dragon. The ritual was simple: 3 turns of the ring, 3 words in ancient dragon tongue, 3 drops of blood freely given. The mountain trembled as Vermithrax stirred from its epical slumber. Its awakening was like a second sun rising beneath the earth, its scales casting copper light through cracks in the mountain's face. The dragon's first breath turned the approaching shadow creatures to ash, its fire so pure it burned darkness itself. But as Vermithrax rose fully from its slumber, its wings blotting out the sun, Thorin saw both majesty and terror in its ancient eyes. "Little one," the dragon's voice resonated in Thorin's very bones. "You wake me to save your world, knowing it means this realm must burn and be reborn." Such courage, such terrible wisdom. What followed was both ending and beginning. Vermithrax's fire swept across the lands, burning away not just the shadow creatures, but the very fabric of the old world. Yet where its flames passed, new life sprouted almost immediately, plants never before seen. Creatures adapted to a warmer world, magic itself taking new forms. The hobbits, guided by Thorin's foresight, had taken shelter in the ancient dragon caves, protected from the great burning by the same magic that had kept Vermithrax sleeping for so long. When they emerged, they found a transformed world, one where dragons soared through skies of perpetual sunset, where magic flowed like rivers, and where the shadows of the old world could never again take hold. Thorin kept the ring, now serving as a link between hobbit kind and their dragon protector. He often sat with Vermithrax, sharing tales of the old world as they watched the new one flourish. The dragon, in turn, shared wisdom from ages past, preparing the hobbits for their role in this reborn realm. And if sometimes, in quiet moments, Thorin wondered whether he had made the right choice, he needed only to look at the children playing beneath Vermithrax's watchful gaze, their laughter echoing in a world free from shadow, to know that sometimes the hardest choices are the only ones worth making. For in the end, it wasn't about saving the world, it was about giving life a chance to begin anew, even if that meant watching the old world burn away in dragon fire. Story 6. In the peaceful vale of the hairy feet, where morning mist rolled like gentle waves across flowering meadows, Lily Rosethorn practiced her archery as she did every dawn. Her arrows flew true, striking targets hidden among the twisted branches of ancient apple trees. None of her fellow hobbits understood her dedication to the bow after all. The Vale hadn't seen trouble in generations. But something in Lily's heart told her that peace was as fragile as morning dew. That fragility shattered on a day when silver snowflakes fell from cloudless summer skies. Old Bilbo Proudfoot was the first to change, his startled expression frozen as his flesh transformed into pure crystal, catching the sunlight in prismatic pattern. Within days, more hobbits began to crystallize, their forms becoming beautiful but lifeless statues that sparkled with an unnatural light. Lily's quest for answers led her to the edges of the Vale, where ancient standing stones whispered forgotten histories to those who dared to listen. There, among moss-covered monuments, she encountered Grimshaw the troll, not the brutish monster of children's tales, but a thoughtful creature whose stone-like skin was etched with glowing runes of power. The crystal curse returns, Grimshaw rumbled, his voice like distant thunder. I've seen it before. When the Mirror King first rose to power, the troll's eyes reflected memories of centuries past as he spoke of a hobbit monarch who had discovered forbidden magic in a realm beyond reflections, his ambition transforming him into something neither living nor dead. Together, they discovered that each crystallized hobbit had gazed into a reflective surface before their transformation pools of water, polished metal. Even morning dew could serve as conduits for the curse. The Mirror King was turning their world into an eternal exhibition of crystal statues, capturing the essence of the Shire's innocence in perpetuity. As they journeyed to find a cure, Lily and Grimshaw formed an unlikely friendship. The troll's knowledge of ancient magics complemented her quick thinking and deadly aim. They traveled through the whispering woods, where trees spoke in riddles and shadows danced with purpose, seeking the moonflower that bloomed only in the light of a blue moon. Their path led them to the caverns of reflection, where every surface showed not what was, but what could be. Here, Lily saw herself as she might become a crystal statue, beautiful and eternal, free from the burden of choice and change. The visions nearly trapped her, but Grimshaw's steady presence anchored her to reality. The Mirror King was once like you, Grimshaw revealed as they delved deeper into the caverns. A hobbit who loved beauty so much he sought to preserve it forever. But in doing so, he lost the very essence of what makes beauty precious, its impermanence. Deep within the cavern, they found the Mirror King's sanctum. Countless mirrors lined the walls, each containing scenes from the Shire frozen in crystalline perfection. And there, seated upon a throne of polished glass, was the king himself, a figure of living crystal who had once been a hobbit, named Thaddeus Lightfoot. Why resist? The Mirror King's voice chimed like crystal bells. I offer eternal preservation, perfect beauty that will never fade. No more death, no more loss, only endless moments of perfection. But Lily saw the truth in his words, the horror of a world without change, without growth, without the very spark that made life worth living. Standing beside Grimshaw, whose ancient wisdom had taught her the value of imperfection, she faced the king with her bow drawn. The battle that followed was like nothing in Hobbit legend. The Mirror King commanded armies of crystal creatures, each one a twisted reflection of Shire folk. Lily's arrows shattered crystal warriors, while Grimshaw's earth magic cracked the very foundations of the Mirror realm. Yet for each crystal being they destroyed, the king created two more from his endless reflections. Victory came not through force, but understanding. Lily realized the Mirror King's power came from his fear of change, of loss. Using the moonflower they had gathered, which embodied the eternal cycle of growth and decay, she offered him a choice: remain forever in his crystal prison, or accept the beauty of impermanence. In the end, the king's crystal form began to crack, revealing the hobbit he had once been. As his power waned, the crystal curse began to reverse. Throughout the Shire, crystallized hobbits returned to flesh and blood, though their eyes now held a deeper appreciation for the beauty of fleeting moments. Grimshaw remained in the Vale, no longer hiding in the shadows, but sharing his ancient wisdom with those who sought it. The standing stones where he and Lily had first met became a place of learning, where hobbits came to understand that true beauty lay not in preservation, but in the constant dance of change. Lily continued her archery practice at dawn, but now she understood why her heart had always pulled her toward this skill. In a world where beauty and danger often were the same face, sometimes the truest art was knowing when to act and when to let go. Years later, Hobbit children would gather at twilight to hear tales of the Crystal Curse, of the unlikely friendship between a Hobbit archer and a scholarly troll, and of the Mirror King who learned that the most precious things in life cannot be captured in crystal. And if sometimes, when the moon was full and the dew lay heavy on the grass, reflections seemed to shimmer with an extra spark of magic, well, it was just a reminder that some changes were worth embracing, and some stories never truly end. In the Vale of the Hairy Feet, life returned to its peaceful rhythms, but with a deeper appreciation for its imperfect, ever-changing beauty. And in a small cavern, now transformed into a garden, a single mirror remained not to trap or preserve, but to remind all who gazed upon it that true beauty lies not in the reflection, but in the eye of the beholder. Story 7. The Forbidden Library of Bree stood like a dark sentinel against the twilight sky, its ancient stone walls wrapped in creeping vines and whispered secrets. Within its labyrinthine corridors, Pip Wisepen traced his fingers along dusty tomes, the last apprentice to Master Grimwald, the library's final guardian. But on this night, as shadows lengthened and candles flickered with unseen breaths, Pip found his master's chamber empty save for a single book bound in midnight leather, its pages seeming to pulse with an inner light. Master Grimwald's final message lay beside the tome. When darkness rises again, seek the 7 artifacts. But beware, young scholar, for each bears a price deeper than death itself. The grimoire's pages revealed themselves to Pip's trembling hands, showing the locations of 7 ancient relics scattered across the realm, each holding power to prevent the Dark Lord's prophesied return. Before dawn could break, riders cloaked in shadow descended upon Bree. The Shadow Knights, their armor drinking in light itself, searched for the grimoire that Pip had already hidden within his humble hobbit vest. As he fled through secret passages beneath the library, voices like grinding stone echoed through the corridors. Find the halfling. The master awakens. Fate led Pip to an unlikely alliance. In the rusty Anchor Tavern, he encountered a band of dwarf deserters led by the fierce-eyed Thorin Ironheart, who had abandoned their mountain halls when darkness began seeping through ancient stones. With them sat Elendriel, an elven sorceress whose silver hair seemed to capture starlight, her eyes holding secrets as deep as the ages. The artifacts were separated for a reason, Elendriel explained, her voice carrying the weight of ancient knowledge. Each one slowly corrupts its bearer, turning light to shadow, hope to despair. Yet together, they might be the only force capable of preventing what comes. Their quest began in the Mistweave Mountains, seeking the Mirror of Dawn. With each step toward their goal, Pip noticed subtle changes in himself. Shadows seemed to follow him more closely, and his dreams filled with whispers of power. The grimoire's magic pulsed stronger, revealing how each artifact would exact its toll. The first change came to Thorin after they recovered the mirror from its icy tomb. The dwarf's legendary courage began to fade, replaced by creeping paranoia. Yet they pressed on, recovering the chalice of twilight from a forgotten temple, the crown of stars from a sunken city, each victory marking them further with darkness's touch. The Elendriel proved crucial in understanding the artifact's nature, though her own radiant magic dimmed with each one they collected. We're not just carrying objects of power, she observed, watching shadow patterns dance across her once bright hands. We're carrying fragments of an ancient darkness, pieces of the very force we're trying to prevent. As their company traveled through lands growing darker with each passing day, they witnessed the signs of the Dark Lord's influence spreading, villages empty of laughter, forests where birds no longer sang, streams running black with unseen corruption. The urgency of their quest grew, even as its price became more apparent. Their numbers dwindled. Some of the dwarf companies succumbed to the artifact's influence, turning against their companions or wandering off into the darkness, their minds lost to shadow-touched dreams. Each loss weighed heavily on Pip, who watched his own reflection grow stranger in the Mirror of Dawn. The final artifact lay hidden in the Valley of Whispers, where reality itself seemed to bend and warp. By now, only Pip, Thorin, and Elendriel remained of their original company. The dwarf's once bright eyes had turned nearly black, while the elf's fair skin had become almost translucent, as if she were fading from the world. "We must hurry," Elendriel whispered, her voice now carrying echoes of something ancient and dark, the transformation nearly complete. Soon we won't be ourselves at all. In the heart of the valley, they found the Shadow Key, the last artifact needed to prevent the Dark Lord's return. But as Pip reached for it, the air itself seemed to tear open, revealing the Shadow Knights and their master, a figure of pure darkness wearing a crown of twisted metal. The battle that followed would be sung of in legends, if any remained to sing them. Thorin's failing courage flared one last time as he held off the Shadow Knights, his axes dancing with desperate fury. Elendriel's fading power erupted in a display of magic that turned several knights to ash, though the effort caused her form to become even more ghost-like. Pip, clutching the grimoire and now all 7 artifacts, understood what had to be done. The Dark Lord's power came from division, the separation of light and dark, the splitting of power into fragments. With trembling hands, he began the ritual described in the grimoire's final pages. "Stop," the Dark Lord commanded, his voice shaking the very foundations of the earth. "Those artifacts are parts of my own being. Unite them, and you doom yourself to become what you fight against." But Pip continued the ritual, watching as the artifacts began to glow and combine. He felt the darkness they contained flowing into him, changing him, transforming him. Yet, in this final moment, he understood that this had been the true purpose all along, not to prevent the Dark Lord's return, but to contain his power within a vessel prepared through sacrifice and trial. As the artifacts merged and the darkness flooded into him, Pip used the last of his Hobbit to lock the power away within himself. The Dark Lord screamed as his essence was drawn into the small Hobbit's form, his army of Shadow Knights dissolving like mist in morning sun. Thorin and Elendriel found Pip changed, but not lost. His hair had turned white, and shadows danced in his eyes, but his heart remained his own. He had become a guardian, containing within himself the very darkness they had fought against. Years later, stories would be told in Breeze taverns of a peculiar hobbit who lived in the Forbidden Library, his hair white as snow, who kept ancient evils at bay through the simple act of existing. Some said that on quiet nights, you could hear him reading old tales to 2 constant companions, a dwarf whose courage had been replaced by wisdom, and an elf who seemed to shift between shadow and light. And if sometimes shadows moved strangely around the library, or if visitors occasionally heard whispers of power in its halls, well, that was the price of keeping darkness at bay, contained within the heart of one small but determined hobbit who had chosen to bear it, so others would not have to. Story 8. In the rolling meadows of the Golden Hills, where morning dew sparkled like scattered diamonds and the sweet scent of pipeweed drifted on gentle breezes, lived a hobbit whose hands could shape metal into wonders. Bilbo Forgemaster, unlike most of his kind who preferred gardens and afternoon teas, found his joy in the rhythmic dance of hammer and anvil. His forge, built into the side of Whisperwind Hill, was a place where ordinary metal transformed into extraordinary creations. One fateful autumn evening, as crimson leaves danced on twilight winds, Bilbo discovered an unusual ore embedded in a meteor that had crashed near his forge. The metal gleamed with an inner light, its surface rippling like water when touched. Working through the night, his hammer striking in harmony with an ancient rhythm he didn't know he knew, Bilbo forged a blade unlike any other. The sword, which he named Realm Splitter, had an iridescent surface that seemed to shift between colors that didn't exist in the mortal world. But its true nature revealed itself when Bilbo accidentally swung it in frustration at a failing experiment. The blade cut through the air itself, leaving a shimmering tear in reality through which he glimpsed another world. Word of the mysterious blade spread quickly through the Golden Hills, carried by whispers and worried glances. It wasn't long before strangers began appearing in the usually quiet village, their eyes gleaming with barely concealed desire for the weapon. Among them was an elderly merchant who called himself Master Azurius, whose eyes held an ancient wisdom that seemed at odds with his humble appearance. A remarkable creation, Azurius said one evening, appearing at Bilbo's forge as if materializing from the shadows. "But do you understand what you forged, young hobbit?" Before Bilbo could respond, the air around Azurius shifted and shimmered. His elderly form melted away, revealing scales of deepest blue and eyes that held the wisdom of millennia. The dragon's voice, when it came, was like thunder wrapped in silk. I am Azurius the Truth Seeker, last of the free chromatic dragons. Your blade may be the key to saving my kin. In that moment, as Bilbo stood before the magnificent creature, the walls of his simple world crumbled. Azurius revealed a tale of tragedy and betrayal, how the great dragons had been tricked and imprisoned in parallel dimensions by the ancient archmage Grimhorn, who feared their power and wisdom. Your blade, Azurius explained, can cut through the barriers between worlds. It could free my brethren from their dimensional prisons, but as Bilbo considered this, mysterious lights began appearing in the skies above the Golden Hills. Tears in reality, spontaneous and dangerous, started forming across the landscape. Through them came glimpses of other worlds, some beautiful, others nightmarish. The fabric of reality itself seemed to be unraveling, and at the center of it all was Realmsplitter. Ancient prophecies, long forgotten in dusty tomes, began to make sense. The verse of the Worldforged spoke of a blade that would either mend or shatter the walls between worlds. The choice would fall to an unlikely smith, whose decision would reshape the very nature of reality. As the dimensional tears grew larger and more frequent, creatures from other realms began slipping through. Shadow wolves with eyes of amber, crystalline butterflies that sang melodies of madness, and beings of pure light that burned the eyes to look upon. The peaceful Golden Hills became a crossroads of realities, and its inhabitants lived in growing fear. Azurius revealed more of his plan. The imprisoned dragons could help seal the tears and restore balance to the realms. But doubt gnawed at Bilbo's heart. The dragon's words rang true, yet something felt amiss. In his dreams, he began seeing visions of worlds burning, of dragons soaring between dimensions, of reality itself becoming their playground. The decision weighed heavily on Bilbo as chaos spread. Would freeing the dragons truly save the realms, or would it unleash an even greater catastrophe? The blade seemed to pulse in his hands, as if alive with the power to reshape existence itself. As the story reached its climax, Bilbo made his choice. Standing atop Whisperwind Hill, beneath a sky torn by dimensional rifts, he raised Realmsplitter. But instead of cutting new portals to free the dragons, he plunged the blade into the heart of a mysterious runestone that had appeared in his latest vision. The sword's power, combined with the ancient magic of the stone, began drawing the tears in reality closed. Azurius, his magnificent form silhouetted against the chaos-filled sky, roared in anguish and anger. You doom my kind to eternal imprisonment. But as the dragon lunged forward, the closing rifts began pulling him back toward his own dimension. His last words echoed across the hills. We could have reshaped all of existence together. The process of healing reality was not without cost. Realmsplitter shattered, its fragments turning to stardust that drifted away on dimensional winds. Bilbo watched as the last tears sealed themselves, leaving only the peaceful hills and the memory of what might have been. In the years that followed, Bilbo returned to his forge, but he never again created anything as extraordinary as Realmsplitter. Sometimes, on quiet nights when the stars shone particularly bright, he would hear what sounded like distant dragon song carried on the wind, and wonder if he had made the right choice. Yet the Golden Hills remained peaceful, its residents safe in their simple lives. And if sometimes, in certain lights, the air seemed to shimmer like the surface of Realmsplitter had, well, that was just the way of things in a world where even the smallest beings could shape the fate of realities. The tale of Bilbo Forgemaster became legend, whispered around fires, and passed down through generations. It served as a reminder that great power brings great responsibility, and that sometimes the bravest choice is not to use power at all, but to ensure it cannot be misused. And somewhere, in a dimension beyond dimensions, a blue dragon waited, knowing that sooner or later, another blade would be forged, another choice would be made, and the dance of realities would begin anew.